Alrighty, chat. We are finally free. The wait is over. Silksong's finally here. How is everybody doing today? My cat has decided the desk is hers today, which is wildly inconvenient. But you know, what you gonna do? How we all doing today, though? We got a Hunter getting that first soul of the day. How you doing? Wolf, hello. Nightshade, Amaris. Hello, everybody. Huge thank you to my brother, by the way, who was battling the Steam crashes this morning and bought the game for me while I got a little bit of extra sleep to help recover from being sick. You'll have to let me know, chat, how the audio is throughout the stream here. I've got the game, like, as high as it'll go right now because it's quiet at the moment. But I'm sure that will change. I'm just gonna bring it down just a hair. Hope you're all doing good, though. And immediately just lost TikTok chat. Where'd you guys go? Get back here. You can't hide from me. How dare. Okay, chat. I am so beyond excited for this right now. Starting screen already looks great. It's already giving, like, peak Hollow Knight vibes. So yeah, I've got my controller plugged in. We are raring and ready to go, I suppose. I'm feeling a little bit better today. I'm still not feeling great, so we'll kind of just have to bear with me and see how long I last here. But I've had food, I've taken cold medicine, I've got water. We are as good to go as we're gonna get. So, let's go ahead and get ready to dive in. Yo, Chrissy, hello. Get my stuff all. Oh, and Amara's getting that stream streak. Okay. Let's just dive in, I guess. There's nothing to do, no reason to keep delaying, so... until frames touch the edges of screen. I don't want to make it smaller, so I guess default is good. Brightness... There's no scale to help me know what brightness is good brightness, so I guess we'll just go with default brightness. Sorry if I'm still coughing a little bit. They see your beauty so frail and fine. They see your peace woven of faith and toil. They forget your heart bound in slumber and servitude. When you wake, they shall see your truth. A beast's nature bare to all. From Far Looms Folly by the conductor Ramino. Oh god, the conductor's in this game too? Okay. Already captured. And looking like we're in significant pain. Okay, wind is windy area to the left in Hollow Knight. Little butterfly. Do, 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 do. Oh! The binding is broken. Get fucking wrecked, nerds. Act 1? Farloom. I was not expecting acts. Okay. Okay, Hollow Knight. I see you. I see you. Oh. A good thing that landed a little bit to the left of us and not in our head. Bind.
Bren.
Interesting.
Huh.
Alright, let me make a few adjustments here, chat. How is the game's audio at the moment for you guys? Okay. All of that's looking good for me now. No, TikTok chat, come back here. Stop running away. Alright, let's get a feel. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. When you hit it, it's like a back step first before she changes direction. So that's kind of fun. Oh, okay, interesting. No pogo, just a little down side dash. So that'll be interesting for sure. Okay, no other abilities yet. Nothing clear anyways. Oh my god, chat, it's beautiful already. The Moss Grotto. I can see it, it's pretty mossy. Not already taking damage, this is fine. Shell shards. Okay. So that's our currency this time. Oh! A little ledge grab action there. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna super get the best of me. Okay. Bind. That full healed us? Oh, this is gonna be wild. Chrissy, I am so beyond hyped. I am right here with you. The little critter there is very interesting. Hi. So my cat's on the desk today, chat. She has decided it is not Silksong Day, it is Cat Day. Hi, sweet love. You picked a horrible day. I love you so much. But Silksong is my life right now. Oh. Interesting. Okay, movable ground in the last game meant things were breakable, but I'm assuming... Oh, good. Thank God we can swim because my cat laid down on my keyboard. Okay, notable difference. We can swim. That's good. That's not poison. Thank you, cat, for helping me figure this out. Okay. So now we know how that enemy functions. That's good. The moss is so squishy beneath our feet. I love that. Oh, I love that bounce off. Okay. That's interesting. Oh my god, cat. I cannot see it. Pandora, my sweet love. You silly kitty. She is just positioning herself in the most impossible spots right now. Oh, Oh, hello. Give me that, give me that, give me that. A mossberry. Sweet fruit that grows in moist environments, its seeds are toxic to most creatures. Okay, so like a rancid egg thing for now, maybe? Tool pouch. Basic pouch designed for holding tools, traps, and crafting materials. Excuse me? Hunter's cloak. Simple protective garb, expertly woven, but showing signs of age. Oh my god, I gotta grab, hold on. I've got a plushie. I got a Hornet plushie this past weekend. I need her to sit with me while I play this. Oh, I think my cat wants out. Hold on. Okay. Cat has been freed. Hornet has been acquired. She is now sitting in my lap while we go on this lovely adventure. Okay. Oh, we can also... Oh, here's okay. Needle. Long sewing tool, uniquely balanced for combat. The blade is marked by time and use. Silk. Versatile thread naturally produced within the shell. When enough silk is stored, wounds can be healed, skills executed. Attack enemies to replenish silk. Shell shards. Hardened fragments of shell and bone used in the crafting of tools and traps. Okay, it's crafting material. We can hold up to 400. Hey King, what game is this? This is the newly released Silksong, of course! New game in the Hollow Knight series. The, like, 7-year wait is finally over. Uh-oh. Our health is shaken. Oof. Lots of people playing this. Oh yeah, you're gonna be hard pressed to find people that aren't playing this right now. We've been waiting a long time for this. Braid rosary string. Worn string holding a meager amount of rosaries can be broken, and the loose rosaries used to trade. Contains 30. Hold A to break. Okay. Loose rosaries used to trade, so that's our currency? Interesting. Oh. That's where we started. Okay. So yeah, we want to get back up. Getting an early start on the skittering noises I hear. Alright, already an area I cannot jump to. That's fun. Game is a little loud for me, so I'm turning it down in my headset. Let me know, chat, how it is for you, so I know if I need to turn it down in the Discord as well. Spikes. Oh! Oh, interesting. Okay. You do that. Have a nice day. I'm gonna go this way. Ah. Yeah, I mean, overall, this already feels great, chat. Oh, I should have used that enemy to help me get that. Oh well, next time we come back through here. Oh, those went up. There's so much area to explore already. I'm already, like, wondering if I'm missing things and where I should be oh. I guess I picked the right direction for a story. Oof. Vision growing dark. Ruined chapel. Hey, we bench. Oh, this looks fine and normal. Oh god, and we found the Moth Mother. Okay, well, boss fight. Oh my god, it's gonna take a while to get used to how she controls. I do love bouncing off the enemies in that way. It's really fun. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I stunned it. I got crushed by a rock. The movement in this is so fun already. I do say so myself. Not bad at all. Ascend. Or clearly some sort of doorway that doesn't do anything right now. Alright. Oh. We fucked up again. But hey, first boss fight done and dusted. Oh. Hello. We're about to pass out right in front of this thing, aren't we? Yeah. Ah. I'm so excited, chat. I'm having so much fun already.
Hey. Come
Just
on.
bap, bap.
Hey, look. Baba.
Hello. Wake up. Up with you. Up. I won't have you dying on my floor.
Orala.
Ah, awake at last. You should mind your strength, traveler. There's no use wasting energy on an old nobody like me. Chapel maid. Hello, chapel maid.
Fadastama.
Oh my god, we talk! I see that now, madam. My welcome to your land has not been kind. I had reason to be wary. Oh, you're another pilgrim then. Scuttled out of the darkness to climb the great path and bow at its gilded peak.
Miofene?
I am no pilgrim. I'm Hornet, and I arrive in your land by no choice of my own. I was brought to your kingdom by force, captured by strange bugs clad in veils.
Oh,
Oh, how curious. The bugs of the citadel at the summit of our land. They veil themselves in service to their faith, or perhaps as slaves to something greater.
Benny Frank.
Radiance Part 2 Electric Boogaloo! Then I shall seek their citadel. If these veiled bugs would go to such lengths to bring me here, I intend to find out why. Oh, ferocious, intimidating. Yours is no pilgrim spirit. You've the bearing of a hunter. Welcome then, fierce traveler, to Farloom, our holy yet haunted land. Before you depart, permit an old bug a brief warning. Best keep that weapon drawn. Our kingdom is gripped by a curse. Its paths grow wild and dangerous, and though some still attempt the climb to the citadel at its crest, none return to speak of what they see. New objective, the Great Citadel. Ascend through the lands of Farloom to reach the citadel at the kingdom's peak. View objectives in the tasks screen of the menu. Okay. So yeah, I mean, they're definitely taking a great departure from Hollow Knight while still staying very true to, like, its core. Like, this is not the same game. It's got a lot of differences already, but they're interesting. Okay, seek the Great Citadel. Let's see, this menu. Okay, currently we just have the two menus, the inventory and the tasks menu. Alright.
Mimiro.
Bear your blade well, Hunter. And you've skill no doubt, so I don't mean any unkindness when I say you still seem a little frail. Yeah, we're a little fucked up right now, it's fine.
Nesvia?
I was a long time spent captive, bound by seals strange to me. My strength is diminished, but recoverable. By the time I reach that citadel, I'll be ready to face what waits. Okay, so yeah. Our abilities are just kind of burst down a little bit right now, but we'll get them back over time. Okay, can't go that way yet. I think Hornet has a tummy ache. Oh, that's Radiance Light. No, I'm kidding. That's bright, though. Damn. Hornet definitely has a tummy ache. Maybe a migraine. Oh. Oh, these are the bugs that came crashing down with me. Get wrecked, nerds. Oh. We're in Bone Bottom.
Sentoso.
A fellow pilgrim, are you? About to start your great journey to the holy citadel up top?
Hironare.
I am no pilgrim, sir, though it seems we will be traveling a similar path.
Tarayaka.
Not a pilgrim. Well, it makes no difference, I suppose. We all must walk the roads up and up, though most of us will fall long before we see the grand gates. Oh, we're gonna find little pilgrim dead somewhere, aren't we? Oh, God, no. You're wise. You'll stop here and rest a while before heading out into that dangerous world. Oh, don't worry, I rested already. Hello?
Benito Yoko.
Oh, you've come to hide down here too, then? 'Tis a fearful world out there. You can keep quiet, I don't mind you joining me.
That's fine.
Chosen a curious place to rest, ma'am. This pit of bells and the structure around it, they suggest a station for travel, though one long abandoned.
Goro.
Aye, rumors in the camp say these bells run throughout the lands, great veins of them forged by our ancient kin. And some even say bugs used to travel through them, in gilded carriages no less.
Benito
Surely such
Yoko.
fanciful travel would be a sin for us pilgrims, who must walk and climb and crawl using only our own meager claws. Only thus can we prove our devotion. Good for you, I'm gonna scare the shit out of you. Ding ding ding! Ding ding! Really? Alright, well, nope, no gilded carriages for us, only meager travel.
Sentoso.
Down here you can't hear the cries of the pilgrims above, only the faintly ringing bells. I'll stay and meditate a little longer before I start my own pilgrimage. Alright, well, no immediate fast travel system, but maybe later.
Pena.
Peb. Oh, traveler. Destined for the citadel, yes? Well, before you embark, when you stop and make trade with an old pilgrim.
Catestre.
I'd see your wares, madam, though I fear I may have nothing worthy to offer in return.
Kerka.
Ah, worry not. If you lack fine goods to trade, we can barter still. In this devout land, we deal in the currency of faith. Rosaries, those finely carved beads of prayer. If you only share some with me, I will trade you something fair. Okay. We've got Magnetite Brooch. The stone's a beauty, isn't it? They say it'll help you gather up rosaries on the road ahead. You'll come back and share some with me, won't you? Okay, so we've got Gathering Swarm. Mask Shard for eventual health. craft metal. A rare find this, shinier than faith and harder than a craggler's hide. A skilled craftsbug could fashion something nice out of it if they've got the knowledge. A simple key. And a rosary string. Loose rosaries fill in your pockets. I can string them up safe so you won't go losing them. Might seem a simple art, but it takes some talent to keep them properly secure. Okay. Keep them strung until I need them, and I won't lose them if I die, most likely. That's what it sounds like. So it's a good thing that I've kept this one as is. Until I need to spend the 30 rosaries, it's probably better just to leave that.
Tamiya.
Flick the Fixer. What's this you're building, sir? A sign of some kind?
Faladin.
Aye, you're a sharp bug. A wish wall. It's past time this old camp had one. As the resident fixer, I've taken it upon myself to sort it out. They're a popular thing about Farloom wish walls. Useful too. So many prayers left unanswered, gives them a place to go. Okay, keep an eye out for wish walls then. Uncertain what the point of going up there is yet. There's gonna be so much area to backtrack too. Ew, ew. Are you really dead? Okay. Woo, hello.
Oh,
you're so cute! Oh, hear me pray, please hear me sing. My path's ahead, but here's the thing. I can't squeeze past, oh gate of bone, so please wake up and help. Oh.
Fadastama.
Why do you sing, little one? This bony gate seems like a poor audience. Sherma. Oh, but of course I sing. I am Sherma, a pilgrim just like you. I hear the call of the great citadel just like every other devout soul. But look here, as soon as our sacred journey begins, we are tested. This huge gate stands between us and the way forward.
Oh, Benventra.
Only holy prayer and song will open the way. In this kingdom, even mighty bone is moved by music.
Ooh, Sakraya, Sakraya.
Join your voice with mine, Red Maiden. You and me, my lucky chime, will sing together until the great gate opens.
Faridula si manette, doni poina volinette, pina sans mi manisette, d'un enfant sur le banc. Faridula si manette,
love Sherma.
Doni poina
New favorite chat?
volinette,
I think
pina
so.
sans mi manisette, d'un enfant sur le banc. Faridula si manette, doni poina volinette, pina sans mi manisette, d'un enfant sur le banc.
Yeah, she's the best. 10 out of 10 would listen to sing again. I'm gonna be so happy whenever we hear Sherma singing around. Oh. Shuka, shuka, shuka. Danger, scary world. Oh, God! Ah! Okay, now we're getting the vibe. We're getting the vibe of that down attack. Clearly a way up there we can go at a later point. Oh! Okay, that broke right out. Okay, we've gotten an arena of sorts here. Hell yeah. Okay, it was bound to happen eventually. Ooh, wakey wakey. Okay. Now we gotta get back there and see how this differs as far as our death goes. Sherma's great. Love her to pieces. So yes, definitely still try. Okay, well I lost most of those, but that's good to know that there's breakable parts things around. Okay. Oh! What in the cocoon is... Oh, okay. Very interesting. I didn't love us in a cocoon like that. That was freaky. Next to good ol' Derma there. Oh, we can open the door for her! Yo! Best girl! Do I have news for you? Your singing worked! It was definitely all you. Hi! Did you see it, Red Maiden? The Great Gate heard my song and in its infinite and ancient kindness has opened the way forward for us.
Ora venta.
Gate, gate, gate. Nicest gate I've met. Gate, gate, gate. Greatest miracle yet. That's right, Sherma's all you. Best girl. Ooh, rosaries. Gimme them beads. Oh, hold on. Tetra's having a bad dream. Hey, puppy baby. It's okay, sweetheart. Nothing worse than hearing your puppy cry. She seems to have settled down. Get that. There we go. Feet on the very edge. Inspect. Insert rosaries. Oh. Toll bench? Question mark? Sure. Let's find out what it does. Bench. Okay. Pilgrim, you are blessed to walk the foundations of Farloom. Humble yourself before the shells of those who gave their lives to hold our kingdom's weight. Alright. The marrow. Oh, marrow indeed. This is all lava. Okay, there is a little bit of knockback as well to keep in mind. That thing getting burned to a crisp. Also, I love these rock stacks. Very cute, very cute. Okay. Now we have an extra pathway here. Ow. I should let myself get more hurt than that and test the limits of how much the thread heals for. Oh, sorry, chat. There's gonna be quite a bit of that today. I don't trust that platform. Oh. Suspicious. Huh, okay. So I guess we can just only stand on it briefly until it reforms. Oh, might as well collect these pieces that dropped. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, very nice. What's over here? Ooh, hello, shiny object. Yoink. Shard pendant. Tool acquired. Equip tools in the crest menu while resting at a bench. Okay. When we have a bench, oh, acquire your first tool. Oh, this is an interesting layout. Okay, crude trinket worn by collectors and crafters allows one to collect more shell shards from defeated creatures. Okay. So it makes them drop more material. It's looking like there's gonna be some like color coding going on here with some of this. So that'll be interesting to see how exactly that functions. Oh my gosh, there's already so many places to go, chat. So many choices. Okay, we can't get up there yet. So excited, I just don't know where to go first. Okay, so that's down here now. That drop goes somewhere. God, it's beautiful. There's gonna be so much good music in this game, chat. No, I like your music. Don't make me fight you. Ushanka, edges sharp and senses keen.
Kherka.
Oh. In my land, that is the way warriors greet each other. For though you are a child barely hatched, you are also a warrior. Your stance, your weapon, your movements all proclaim it so.
Megina Fora.
You have keen sight for my skill bug, but my childhood has long since passed. What has happened here? I see signs of battle all around.
Nieshkares.
These strange, shuffling pilgrims. In the camp below, they were docile enough, but up here they seem to have lost their senses. They cry out to the darkness and attack their fellow travelers. Yakanesh, keep your weapon drawn and your bearings true. The way ahead is winding. To lose one's way invites only death.
Karkena.
I am a navigator amongst my tribe and have been making maps of these lands. I can trade them with you, and supplies if you wish. Yo, this is gonna be our map person. We're gonna hear their singing all the time. I'm so excited. Okay, we got a Mosslands map and the Marrow map. Quill, with this quill you can add any new areas you discover to the maps on your own. Pluck these quills from the gold penny hunted by my tribe. Their hollowed shafts make the perfect charting tool. Compass, track your location. Bench pins and shell markers. Okay, we are broke as fuck.
Va va.
And these lands' names are given freely, are they not? I am chakra wielding rings. If our hunts intertwine again, I will have new maps to trade. Chakra, I love it. Until then, farewell, child wielding needle. Okay, I can get up to 40 with this.
Yanara.
Who are you calling for, Chakra? Your voice echoes through the caverns.
Kherka.
I came deeper into Farloom in search of my mentor, the greatest of my tribe. I could not keep pace, though, and her trail grew cold. She will have traveled much further by now, but if I keep moving and stay vigilant, I will reunite with her. I mean, I guess all I can afford is the Mosslands map, huh? Oh, so dramatic. Left bumper to view a map of the current area, view a detailed map of the world in the map pane of the menu. Alright, broke as shit. I have no map of this area. But I do have... Bone, bottom... Zoom out. What is that pin above us? Oh, that's our quest marker, isn't it? Interesting, interesting. So I'm trying to figure out how we're supposed to get... Yeah, that. Trying to figure out how we're supposed to get money more easily. Because we're mostly only getting crafting material. Oh, well, here's a little bit. So yeah, if money is gonna be fewer and far between, that's a bit more concerning. I love the singing in this game so much, guys. It's gonna be so good. Moss home. Stop. Ow. Bitch. Oh, hey, that one dropped money. Okay, okay. Okay, some of them drop money. Ow, bitch. Alright, hey, that's something. We may be able to buy another map yet. The quill would be really nice. You bitch! Okay, heals 3. Good to know. Okay, that's open now. Aha! Those repeats. Okay, nice. We're at 60 now. Ow, bitch. I'm just trying to find the connecting point to that bench that was, I don't quite have enough silk. Here, aha. Oh yeah, I have a tool to equip. Okay, so that one equips right there. I'm assuming that means it's specifically a yellow one. There's probably ones for tools, weapons, and something else. Hello.
Nera Pashma.
I will soon leave these crumbling roads, but if you stop by the settlement below, we may meet again. Pass there often to trade with the pilgrims. Okay, give me this map. Okay, so she's gonna be gone from here probably before we can see her again. Oh, you're stuck! Unstick your stuck. No! Oh, give me the little gun. No! Dang it! Okay, I don't have what I need to unstuck them. As soon as I can yoink all that silk, you best believe I'll be back. Yeah, you guys aren't safe now that I know you drop rosaries. I'm so happy. I am also so happy, Brett. This is so good. Ow. Okay, I'm having issues. Whoa, hi, I didn't like that you fucking silk or whatever there. That was weird. Don't do that. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful already. Stop rolling. Yeah, so we've definitely been so long waiting. It's been... We've all been foaming at the mouth for this game. God, interesting. They were like fine for a second there. Yeah, she talks! Isn't that crazy? Oh good, you're still here.
Memido.
Oh my god, I love this singing. Okay, let's grab ourselves a quill. It's gonna be the most important thing you have. Compass will be pretty good early on, just while we're getting our bearings. Like, it makes sense because she talks in the first game. Yeah, exactly. There's no reason for her not to, but yeah, it still caught me a little off guard. I was like, oh, hello. Okay, let's see. This way. Okay. Is this the end of this side? Oh, I guess I had to come from the top if I wanted to check. Well, fine. Whisper, whisper noises. I guess I should grab that bench real quick and I can update my map. And we can get an idea of what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Now we're mapping. I have a rough idea of where I'm at. Okay, can I... No, I want... Up. Okay. Okay, we can't go right yet because we couldn't free the lad. Let's go over here. I'd like to go up, but I don't think that's particularly an option yet. Posture checking me. Can't believe. And hydrate, thank you. Okay, so I don't think I can quite take the path I'm hoping to at the moment. This little shit. But go up here. Ow! Oh, you spiky little. Ooh. Can't even like see. Oh, they're just gone after that first. Interesting. Can't believe your own mod and make you posture check during the most gremlin day possible. Nah, she's just looking out for me. Gotta make sure I'm self-caring since I'm the sick. Weaver of Farloom, by your grace, by grace you warded, by thread you healed. For your favor eternal, we offer our song. Hell yeah. Okay. Break thread bad.
Ren!
Understood. Jesus Christ, that scream laugh. It's so hard to tell where those are at. I'm gonna have to get used to that. Okay, I see. I think I see now how to, like, tell. It's very obvious trap things that when I walk through them break. I just have to pay better attention. It's hard when sick. Oh. This is the Weaver's thing that we recognize symbol-wise. Oh. Daughter of a distant land, we who remain have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Bind! What did it? Bound the silk skill, silk spear. Attack by throwing the needle forward. Silk will be expended. Silk skills can be equipped in the crest section of the menu. We have to equip our skills? What? Oh, this is gonna be so complicated. Find your first silk skill. Okay. Trust me, like, I want to test it immediately. Here we go. There we go. Oh, so good. Raid Rosary, hell yeah. The sound effects are perfect. Whew. Damn, that little guy is a relentless pursuer there. I like you. The Moss Druid? Who is it? An intruder? Terrible. To interrupt a humble druid as they work.
Da, Finistra.
Meant no intrusion, druid. The sound of your laughter drew me to investigate. The settlement is built around an old structure of the Weavers. Do you know of them? Do they inhabit this land still? What settlement? What Weavers? You speak nonsense. You're here, in here, so why did you send you? Did you hear my wish, granter of wishes? You?
Hasbin?
Granter of wishes? Wishes, yes, my wish. I need fruits of the world. 3 little darlings. I need them, so I wish. Does the kingdom not send you, little you, to grant my desire? Okay, so that's what the little green balls are for. Gather berry picking. Promise wish. Oh. Yes. Wish promised.
Hello, Grantavre.
Promise then, a binding stronger than sin. Bring me the 3 moss berries, precious fruit, grant my wish, and then the work begins. Alright, I have 1. Cool. Wee. I'm so excited. This is so good, chat. This is already like everything we hoped for. Yeah, I more or less know where one other is at the moment. Alright, can we free this lad now? Are we freeable? Bell beast. Oh, I started a fight! Oh god. Shit. Okay, we're dead. I was not ready. Here I was trying to be helpful. It's the whale all over again. It's fucking mossy is what it is. It's a massive moss charger. Which ironically is the easiest boss in Hollow Knight. I am getting absolutely destroyed. Because I'm still trying to like pogo things when you only kind of can. Okay, good. Benches do still heal. Me too. I'm glad I'm not the only one still having to fight Hollow Knight Brain. Okay, cool. I do get the stuff back at least. Ow. Still trying to get a hang of like the range of it all too. that's on me. Well, we can't first try every fight, you know? Bell noise makes me laugh every time it uses that attack. It's a pretty funny one. Oh, now my little cocoon's gonna be so far to the side, man. All the way on the right now. I'm gonna want to do nothing but play this game for the rest of my life. Wait, the moment it only takes one to do that. This is the best day ever. It's pretty fucking great. Okay, hey, I get that. I love the, like, bounce that she does. Still trying to get a feeling for this. There we go. Didn't quite hit on that second one. I'm sure some people probably did. Let's not get too far to the edge here where we can't escape any of them. There we go. Game's a little loud. Okay. Thank you. I will adjust the game volume down a little bit in a second. Shit. Oh god. There we go. Oh. Defeat the Bell Beast. Bell Beast is not dead. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Okay, let me just bring the game volume down a hair. We feel it. I wouldn't miss any other words there, whoops. Rise. Rise. Oh, those are crazy. Our nature. Child. Spider. Come, child, witness our waking. Consumed a silk heart. Regained the power to regenerate silk within one's shell. What does that mean? Cool. I don't know what that means, but it's dope as fuck. Oh. rawr. You wanna take me for a ride this time? Yeah, fast travel. Time to scare the shit out of the bug down here. Ding, ding, ding. Hello, fear. Yeet. Oh my god. Beast, beast, horrible beast. Oh, you're fine. Chill out. It's just my bow buddy. Ding ding. Oh my god! Chat! It makes us chat. Listen. And it purrs. I'm gonna die. I love it so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop. It's the cutest thing ever. It's just a cat. It is just a cat. Also, I like the statue up there with the little holding the... That's adorable. I'm gonna explode with cuteness. Oh my god.
Buenera.
Camp seems in poor condition, good bug. With the lands around turning deadly, I'd worry for its safety. Aye, we surely aren't seeing its finest moment, but this place has been serving us passing bugs for as long as any can remember. It's faith, you see. All those pilgrims now and past, our devotion holds it together. The camp will remain and provide, no matter the troubles. You right. Oh, traveler. Won't you stop and make trade with an old pilgrim? I have a ton yet. Okay. This is the wish wall, yeah? Oh. Bone bottom repairs. A lot of repairs to be done around here, but I need more materials. All I wish for is some shell shards so I can get to work. Not asking too much, am I? And Mushka, humble stranger to this land, master of the flea caravan, I wish for aid, that all fleas may travel safely together. Those mad, violent pilgrims who haunt the Great Path, we could make use of their shawls here in Bone Bottom, and felling them would surely be a mercy. Have enough for that. Wish promised. Oops. It sounded like I heard the one singing person. Oh, there they are. Okay. Make sure you talk to everyone at least twice. I've noticed some people, even out in the wild, will have a wish they don't give you the first time you talk. Interesting, interesting. This outpost that the shambling pilgrim bugs have built for themselves. Dondaku. Where are the armaments? The watch poles? Never have I seen such a poorly defended encampment.
Mi ofende?
Pilgrims here seem to have no mind for war, Chakra. I suspect more depart for the Citadel soon after their arrival.
Kietska.
Huh! If they persist in their carelessness, they will find only death in these harsh lands. You right. Oh, just barely not enough for the compass.
Benefreg.
Your charts and tools shown fine kill, Chakra. I have met few who would match your talent. I mean, Cornifer's pretty great. He's no warrior, but... Cartography. Bacalo. It is a craft skill common amongst my tribe. Most important to keep one's mind sharp when on a journey. The charting of the caverns, the memory of travel, the knowing of one's place within the kingdom, an engaging task for a warrior's mind. An unfortunate thing that my great mentor never learned the skill. Her talent at getting lost. She'd almost be impressed.
Karkena.
From this safe vantage, I can keep watch for threats while I work. These lowlands are brittle and dangerous. Keep your weapon close.
Karkena.
Okay. That's all of yours. Whee!
Dara.
Ah! Back again. The wish wall is up, ready for all the poor souls who've been left behind down here. In Varloom, wishes are granted to those truly devout, or so they say. There ain't no harm in us dregs having wishes too.
Mochanga.
Why, I even went and added a little wish of my own to the wish wall. Fair's fair, I did build the thing. Seems like the kingdom should be granting my wish before anyone else's. That's selfish. Nice mod, bro. Maybe one day Silksong will be real. Yeah, maybe someday, if only, right?
Modera.
Oh, did you take a look at the wish wall too? Might have noticed I added a cheeky little wish of my own. Oh, you're the repairs one. Understood. Okay, you're the shop. Must be terrifying out there, beyond the settlement. Nothing but monsters and madness lurking in the darkness. Heard tales of a safe place, though. Just up above here, where the moss paints stones green. There's an old village, a bit of a holy place apparently, well protected.
Nesvir?
I visited the settlement you speak of. It was built around a burial spire, corpse home to an ancient weaver. It is hardly safe, though. The terrain is treacherous and predators prowl its commons. I advise you avoid that place. Oh. I see, of course. Nowhere is really free of danger, is it? That's just the way for us pilgrims. Oh, man. I'm trying so hard, chat. It's so hard to keep up with the talking for all the voices with my head cold, though. Extract shawls from their bodies. Speak to Flea Master Mushka and the Caravan of the Marrow. Okay. Eventually. Hey, Sky, thanks for popping in. Good luck with work, dude. Whee! Ah, good old fall straight to the bottom. That's fine. We can look for some things that we might have missed. I didn't actually check under here before. I should have known. Did you learn nothing from Hollow Knight, Sam? Come on. Oh, that's nice. The material doesn't just vanish even though it's hit the water. Cool. Putting the work in. I mean, we're gonna need plenty of the materials anyways. Okay. Did that stuff there already. Don't quite have a way to get up. Actually, Here if I can manage some shenanigans. Nah, they're like, nah, your old pogo capabilities were... Oh, I almost actually got up there with it, though. That's tricky. Doable, but ooh boy. Okay, important thing to find out here. Okay, yeah, there really isn't pogoing off of... I didn't want to do that, I wanted to heal. Oh well. It's fine. There we go. So yeah, no spike pogo. Interesting. Okay, I was really hoping that would be... How did that not get it? What the fuck? Oh, okay. I was about to have to cry shenanigans there. Oh my god, just the sound of hitting doors is great! I don't know where I am. This is fine. Quite. It's what I need, I just can't quite get it. Rest. Okay, that bug should be back now. We might be able to use it to help us get that item. There we go. Alright, that's 2 of our moss berries. We just need to figure out where the last moss berry is now. Cool. Oh. Okay, good in here. Still nothing this way yet. So let's head up. Can't go that way yet.
Fadastama.
Duty binds you to this old chapel, madam. The structure barely stands, and I see no signs of congregation. I gone the lot of them, fled and hidden, but I'm not leaving till I've set this place right. It's that citadel above, you see. Even now in Farloom's long decline, the simple bugs, they're witless before it. Too grand, too majestic, too powerful. This building's state is a sad example of those who dared suggest another path. You're as foreign as you, hunter dear. Visit me when you care. Look forward to hearing how your steps might shake our world. Yes. Okay. Very nice. Swoosh. The lads do a heckin' swoosh. Okay, so that's what I can do in here for now. I think there's a path up that I could have as well. Eventually. Okay, I have a donation for you. Bone bottom repairs, wish granted. Hell yeah. Grant your first wish.
Ba manama.
Well, look at that. You've gone and donated all those shell shards just like I wished for. I can scarcely believe it. Those shards are valuable, all right. Brilliant for crafting and fixing. Very versatile.
Paladin.
More than that, though, it was a warm thing you did. Sort of kindness you don't see much in this weary place.
Hironare.
Was this kindness? Must take care to learn of this land and claim what advantage I can from it. Answering requests like yours can often fit those ends.
Dara.
Oh, it's like that, is it? Well, even still, the help's well appreciated, miss. Best of luck on your travels. May every wish of yours be granted.
Mochanga.
Common stuff, shell shards, but very practical. I can use them to patch almost anything up. This camp's always in need of some mending.
Mochanga.
I don't think I can quite afford.
Memido.
No, I still need 7. I'm so close to being able to afford 2. Damn. There was someone in the marrow that needed guidance, yeah? Let's see if we can't find them. Because this is where one of our wishes was, I do believe. Okay, can't go up there. Okay. Still getting my butt absolutely kicked. Ah! Hello, sneaky sneaky. Woo! Ooh, rosary. Okay. Cool. That was a nice little secret to find. Now I could afford the compass. In fact, I just should go back for that until I have a better bearing of the game for now.
Herka.
Alrighty. Compass. Perfect. Cool. Everything else is just extra to help us mark things. Oh, okay. Shard pendant, compass take up the same slot. That's fine for now. I'm gonna hold on to the rosary string. There we go. Now we can get our bearings real good. Hell yeah. Yeah, can't quite get high enough for what's up there. We'll drop down here at some point later, though, for sure. Okay, back in the marrow. There was a connection to Moss Home up top with a pathway that I don't remember if we could even get to or not. Okay, I can't go up this way at the moment. That's a dead end that we've already been in. Okay. I probably could have just taken our little bug friend back over here. Ow. Okay.
Ren!
It is a little rough that we can't quite heal unless we have full. That's definitely gonna have us managing our health a lot different than we managed it in Hollow Knight. Shit. Okay, we didn't go this way either. Wanted to finish where we were going to the left, though. Yeah, I want to finish back here first. Jesus. Ow. Oh. We've opened a shortcut now. Cool. That's helpful. That's very nice. Cool, cool. Awesome. Missed that last time I came through here. Okay, so I have to actually like physically pick up their shawls. Interesting, interesting. Also horrifying. A little creepy, a little creepy. A little bit of shenanigans. I could probably get up there, but not at the moment. Okay, I need more of their shawls anyways, so... So aggressive. I'm not trying to do shenanigans, chat. I would never. That would be ridiculous. Ah, fine. I will wait and play the game as intended. Shawls do I need? I have 9. I need 3 more. Alright, Tetra, hold on. Sounds like some of the fam might be home. Sorry, chat. Oh. We're getting to the part of being sick where the cough actually like has something and isn't just like normal. Ow. Yeah, I've got water here. I'll definitely have some tea a little bit later today as well. Thank you, Chrissy. Sorry, I know all the coughing probably makes it hard to watch. When I'm thinking about it, I'll try to mute before it happens. Unfortunately, the mute for Discord is all the way on my foot pedal, and I am not sitting in a way that gives me access to my foot pedal. Thank you for the hydrate, Hunter. Well, I'm glad it's not, like, completely destroying the experience for everyone. I was so worried that when I got sick that this was gonna be rough.
Era!
So cute. I just wanted to see what calling it looked like. Ooh. Big dinghy bell? Ooh. Ooh. Exciting. Hi, Mom. I am loving that this game is, like, music-based. I was not expecting that. Like, I was expecting, like, the silk and the thread and all of that stuff. I was not expecting... the musical themes. So this is really cool. Ah! Another shortcut opened. Huge. Oof. Oh. Oh no, that's creepy. Rub crying sounds? In the air, the water, everywhere. Inside their shells, twisted inside. Guts. Tightest around heart, pulsing rhythm. Sick, alive, dead, something worse. Deeper, must look deeper. Spooky. Okay, can't do whatever I need to do in here at the moment. Oh, that was... These platforms are gonna absolutely bamboozle the heck out of me. Oh, jeepers. Getting the hang of the movement a little bit, though, so that's good. Jeez. Oh, that's scary looking. Big teeth. And I'm dead again. Oh boy. Yeah, that area is getting mighty crowded with enemies there. Woo, that was close. Fuck.
Friend.
Oh my gosh. Ow. Oof, definitely still getting bamboozled. There we go. Yeah, these platforms are so strange. Ooh, doing that in air. Oh, the little, like, pause that gave us. What's the point of being up here, though? Oh, that felt good. I was gonna really regret if that didn't, if that, like... I was gonna be pretty scared if that actually had done something when I attacked that. Oh, hanging in there, Mom. There's the trapped little guy. Goodbye. Okay. So that's gonna probably be this game's equivalent of grub. Oh, we couldn't do anything in here yet. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Very nice, very nice. Combat's really cool in this game.
Friend.
Oh, and you're dead. You done spiked your butt. Fake? Oh, that's right. I need more of your shawls. You right. Ooh, it's getting spooky spooky in here. Ooh, Jesus, that was cutting that mighty close. I don't quite have...
Friend.
There we go. Still be sneaky through the wall a little bit. Ow. Very nice, very nice. Sphere. Okay. Pilgrim Shawl. Okay! Spiky little guy, aren't ya? Ow!
Friend.
Well, that was almost bad. Craft metal! Hey! Alright, we have some of that now. Don't know what to do with it, but we have it. We take those. Alright, what are the deal with... Ah, bouncy lads! Like the purple in Hollow Knight. But it's red for us. Exciting. I love her little flips, man. It's so good. So good. Okay, hold on. I saw I dropped a rosary bead. Yeah, give me that. I need all of those I can get. Those are fewer and far between. Ooh! I missed that. Okay. Oh god. I'm having so much fun with this. Yo, rewards. Oh good, man. I love it. Sorry, you guys are just gonna get me obsessing this whole time. This is great. Ooh, that's gonna be a... There we go. There we go. So that's like a little rock that you can break for more pieces. Okay. Prayer beads, hell yeah. Oh, well, there went all that. At some point, I'm super gonna end up killing something I shouldn't, and I'm gonna feel so bad about it. Haven't seen who we're trying to guide. It's awesome, can't wait to get it. Just can't decide where. Switch your PC, played Hollow Knight on PS4. Ah. That's a good question. I don't know how this is gonna play on Switch. I know that when they ported Hollow Knight over to Switch, that the game felt a lot floatier on Switch. Personally. I'm playing this right now on PC with an Xbox controller. And it feels great. Initially when I first played Hollow Knight, I played it on PC, mouse and keyboard. I beat like the whole game mouse and keyboard before eventually switching to controller controls. Which was definitely a worth it. Oh, we don't have a map for this area. Hello? Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, he's gonna follow me out of here. I'm good. Thanks, bye. No thanks. Have a nice day. Alright. Well, that happened. I don't like him. Enter. Oh, yeah, no, this seems fine and safe and fine. Are we in a prison? Oh, bench. Oh, thank God. Oi, you there, get us out of here. This one's a little light thievery worth a lifelong sentence.
Elomek.
Hurry it up, let us out quickly then. We got places to go, bugs to see, trinkets to pilfer.
Elomek.
Alright, well, yeah, you seem trustworthy.
Hey, Obis.
That looks nice.
Hey,
I'm definitely letting you out because I want that. Oh. You bitch! I freed you and this is how you repay me, you asshole! And I thought we were friends. Alright, well, let's free you. Aha! Free at last! Locked up in here much too long we was. Nasty place to keep a poor little snitch bug like Grindle. Boy, you're smelling fancy. You got some pockets under your cloak? Hiding away some goodies for us to pilfer?
That's fine.
Beware your greed, thief. You'd be dead before your claw reached my cloak.
Dilligam.
Never mind then, bully. Plenty of tasties lying around for us down here. We smell some.
Elomek.
Locking us up in a place like this. What a shameful act.
Elomek.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Well, see you around. Give me this. Straight pin. Tool acquired. Alright. To a bench with us. Light throwing tool designed for rapid attacks. We have 12 of them. Oh, interesting. How do we replenish? That'll be the question, huh? Up and right bumper. Weird. Oh, that'll be so strange. Well, I don't want to just do it in here for no reason. Maybe we can use it on this guy, though? Oh, you bitch! Okay, he's in the ground now. Ow, he hurts so badly. Okay. He hurt a lot. Ah, okay. So we recover our straight pins. Oh, okay, we've already got... Okay, so they do come back. That's good, that's good. We recovered those when we sat at the bench there, so that's nice. I do need to get my stuff back, though. Oh, thank God, it put it, like, right here. Okay, yeah, that guy is, no joke. It's like, how do I not get hit by his bullshit, you know? Ooh, get parried, bitch. See, that's the attack that I don't know how to dodge, because we don't, like, have a dash or anything yet. That's gonna be really hard to fight. Alright, maybe we come back to this lad a little later. Grab our stuff first, though. Oh, that's right, no map. Okay, let's check out around down here then. That's where this is. Ah! Sneaky, sneaky. I was like, I see this on the map. Where is it? Very nice. Much better. Okay. The breakable platforms are gonna be an absolute menace to my existence. Welcome back from the ads, chat. I wonder if I could have picked that up as a whole beat instead of breaking it, because that would have been nice. Okay, I'm gonna check back. Okay, that must take us across. Oh my god, we control it. This is horrifying. Okay, that's something, all right. Oh boy. We should head back to Bone Bottom because there's a lad there we can give a completed thing to, I think. We did finish it, right? Yeah, 12 of 12. Jesus. I don't want to explode in the lava. Like that. Jeez. Interesting. Okay. Back over here. Whee! Okay, Pilgrim Shawl deposited. Garb of the Pilgrim's wish granted. Rosary necklace. Okay, cool. Okay, let me check this lad. Simple key will be nice to have eventually, but I just don't have a lot of rosaries. Just gonna hold on to these for now. We've been to a new-ish area, but I don't think she's gonna have a map for there yet. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, I should have these bellway pins, so that'll actually be helpful. Might as well take the bench pins too. Just because I'm not gonna be used to looking at everything quite yet. So yeah, seeing these marked on the map will be incredibly helpful to start with. Okay, there was a pathway up that I didn't take, or maybe I couldn't take it. And some paths on the right as well. We haven't found... There was someone in the marrow we were supposed to be guiding, but we haven't found them yet. So that's interesting. Making my way downtown. Doot doot doot. Dootity dootity doot. Go up there, so I guess we'll just head over. Oh, you're a new lad, aren't you? Oh, you're dead. Also new. Oh, he's throwing lava rocks at me! Some of the sounds they make still feel very Hollow Knight-y, which is great. I mean, you want it to. Oh, okay. Bouncing off his little pothead doesn't do anything. I mean, it bounces, but that's literally it. Okay. Oh, sorry, chat. I would get sick on the most important game release of the last, like, 7 years. Very dark in here. Ooh, deep docks. Do I want... Interesting. Ow! Ow! That was rude. Ah. Bench. More bench. Yeah, I've got plenty of rosaries thankfully for this. Ding, dang, ding. Okay. New area. No map, though. Okay. Not so simple to open the door. It's just ringing those bells. Ooh, this I'll take, though. Ooh! Gotta be careful in this area. This area is so spicy. Oh, I just broke something. That's fine. Ah, spicy. I will find you, my beautiful singing friend. Oh, were you below me somewhere? Oh, you were. Hello.
Yes, Gareth.
Child-wielding needle. What do you make of this huge, groaning structure?
Cadestre.
The scale of it all impresses me. If this is merely an outpost of the citadel above, then their capital must be grand beyond measure.
Los Kakor.
Yokala. Perhaps so. They must have prized indeed the work done here to build something so vast in such a dangerous place. Alright, Deep Docks map. Yoink. Hell yeah. Vendor pins. That doesn't hurt to have. Okay, I don't really need the random markers as much. It's not that I don't keep them. Yeah! No, sorry. Oh. Insert rosaries. Yeah! Ding-a-ding-ding, friend! The new bellway opened.
Ada!
It's kind of a shame that we don't talk to this one like we talked to the last stag. Alright. That's good, though. Good progress there. Another fast travel point unlocked. I love your singing. Never stop. Oh. Temporary opening, huh? Mysterious. What does your sign mean? Oh, I can't quite get up there. Okay, well. Whee! Okay, we can open it again. That's good, at least. At least we've got that much going for us. Ooh, sneaky. Shard bundle. Look at this goopy little guy. He explodes! Jesus Christ! Oh, and he's dead. Alright. That was excessive, my guy. Very dramatic. At the 7th bell toll, send. 30 measures. 4 beats smoke rock. 8 beats sweet smelt. Mark of fealty, all workers. At the 9th bell toll, send. 20 measures. 2 beats smoke rock. 7 beats Wheat smelt. Mark of fealty, all workers. Oh, that's gonna mean something. I don't know what, but that's gonna be some sort of secret shenanigan. Well, this looks like a boss fight. Sure is. Okay, no, it's just an arena. You not. Thank you. Okay, hello. Shoot. Ah, there it is. I was so ready to heal too. Gosh darn it. Since PC's still dead, going through all the cards you want to get graded. Yeah, I saw your last round. Not bad, huh? Okay, yeah, ways back down here. Oof. The new ability. Oh, I have these like quick throw pins. Here, I'll use them in the little thing up here. Yeah, like kunai. Oh, that's good to know. I can smack those rocks back at them. Huge. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, why wouldn't I be able to? Aha! Get hit by your own rocks, assholes. Still getting the hang of that roll. Hell yeah! Projectile deflection is huge. Yeah, it really is. No, that's great.
Friend.
Ooh, hello, bitch. Shop. We love a giant smith.
Mario.
Forge daughter, Smith. Oh, small pointy bug. Why do you bother us at our work?
Tamilian.
The sound of your craft called me to investigate. What is your duty here? Are you a smith of some kind?
Murovara.
A smith? Hardly so crude. We are Forge daughter. How can a pointy bug not tell? Ours is the ancient line and honored role. These docks and lands around are fortunate to have our skill.
Imagina fora.
If you are as talented as you suggest, would you lend me your aid? I've lacked for my usual tools, and I suspect you could craft fine replacements.
Samene.
Blades and traps, no doubt. We know your type. You know our type, you say?
Da, fenestra.
Of sorts, but maybe strange to this land. Some would likely prove fine challenge for your craft.
Sa, Viona.
Huh. Then we'll construct them. But you'll provide the materials and compensation for our time. Of course, we pay our workers fairly. Fuck, I'm broke as shit. Okay, sting shards, a vicious stabbing trap. We can build it, just know it disturbs us. These devious implements you conceive to kill. Magma bell. This trinket is our own invention. It wards against the deadly lava and heat around these docks. The workers used to request them of us. Now they've lost the mind to care. Ah! Crafting kit. Crafting by claw alone produces inferior results. With this kit, you can craft finer, sharper, and deadlier tools, if that is your wish. Sorry, chat. I'll pay them when I have money. Until then, I will not take their work. And a shard bundle. Okay, very nice.
Mama.
Farewell, then. You require our craft. This forge is always hot. I love the Forge Daughter! I love her! Yo, Mom, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Christy. That's very sweet of you. Hello. Balo. You need something? Talk to the boss. I'm busy. Alright, have a nice day.
Buenera.
I'd expect this workshop would contain only combative types, but you seem composed, Forge Daughter.
Mario.
You've met the workers. They're all wound up. They still work at their tasks in a simple way, but they're useless for conversation. Only ourselves and young Balo with any sense left.
Yanara.
The behavior of your fellow workers, I've seen similar. Agitation upon the roads. These docks are not alone in the strangeness of their occupants.
Puravara.
'Tis odd behavior to be sure, but not for Balo and us to know. Ours is busy work and we keep to ourselves. Whatever the goings-on of the world outside, no bother to us, as long as our craft can continue.
Haspin?
Keep well, Forge Daughter. I shall return if I require your aid.
Samene.
Yes, or no. Either is fine by us, as long as our craft continues. I like the Forge Daughter. Okay. Head back down here. Okay, go this way now. We cannot go this way now. Oh, I'm glad you like the emotes. Once we can get that lava bell, we can go that way. It seems that maybe we can swim through the lava with it, so that'll be interesting to keep in mind. Oh, we've already been in there. Elevator it is. Alright, fine. Okay, well, we've opened this path now, which is great. I do actually want to go back down, though. Check out the path down to the left there. Explosive little lad, huh? Ow. way now. Jeebus, thank you. Just like, just perish already. Ow. Oh, he just burned away. Okay, so we can't come into contact with this yet, it would seem. Imagine too long and we'll take damage from it. But once we get the lava bell... Yeah, this I don't think we can touch without the lava bell. Yeah, it's spicy. Okay, but we can get on it for a little bit, so that's interesting. Don't mind me just burning my toes. Ooh, jeebus. Toasting my toes, it burns. Okay. And what was that? Spool fragment. One half of an artifact left behind by the weavers designed to collect and hold silk. Okay, cool. Whee! Alright, well there's that. I have very little health left. Have a good lurk, Hunter. Good luck with your computer, dude. Nope. No, thank you. There we go. Interesting. Yippee, pretty shinies. Okay, back out this way. Okay, I don't have whatever I need to open that yet. Alright, so back up we go then. Ow. And I'm dead. Thankfully, we were almost done walking back up that. Okay, if I could not die to that, that'd be great, actually.
Friend.
Okay. So that chunk of map we are good on. I wonder if I have enough to buy... Oop. Okay. I have enough to buy any of the stuff now. No, her stuff was mighty expensive.
Dama. Fa Viona.
Kadastana.
Mario.
Okay, that's the end of your dialogue, which is good to know. Making sure they didn't have any wishes for us to fulfill. Okay. Let's head back up. Okay, we can't go this way yet, though. Okay, so I guess back up is our next goal here. Hello, goodbye. Yippee! Ow. Alright, just a few lads with some prayer beads for us. Oh, I guess I had some bead strings I could have used to afford some of the stuff from that lady, from the Forge Daughter. Oh well, we'll head back down there at some point, so... Up more. I see, I see. My guy, you're toasting! Okay, and you're dead. Well, I mean, you were dead before, but now you're on fire! Oh my god, it's so cute. Look at the bouncy little guy! Oh, it's dead now. It's fine, don't worry. Jesus. Very nice. Ooh. Are you gonna... Oh, goodbye. Interesting. Spicy. 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 The limit to this room? Huh. Alright. I suppose so. I wonder where that little lad went, too, that was in here. Big suspicious. Okay, let's head up here real quick again. Well, wasn't this a dead end up here? Yeah, I am absolutely adoring all of the singing. Huh. Okay. So yeah, there was a little bit up there in the marrow if we fight that one enemy. A tricky guy though. Running out of options though. Yeah, her singing so far is some of my absolute favorite. Because, yeah, we can't get up here yet to go in here. Eat.
Drama.
Okay, It's the deadly lava. I only have the one though, so that's expensive.
Provara.
Fair exchange made, Pointy Bug. Now our work calls. Return again if you find need of our trade and talent.
Provara.
Thank you! Okay, reduce the damage taken from flame and magma. Cool. Okay, there's a spot lower somewhere. Don't remember how to get to. Yeah, this way. So now we should be able to come over here. Okay. Does not make lava stop hurting. Lava still hurt bad. Okay, but what's the little charm thing? Okay, so yeah, the charm doesn't stop lava from hurting. Okay, can't go that way still. Take the reduced damage with a grain of salt. Okay, how much do I have? 30, 120. Does that get 140? 178? Is that enough to buy the other thing from her? I think it was 160, no?
Some minute.
Oh, 140. Okay, yeah, so that should be... I don't have enough for the other piece, though, is the thing. So, yeah, okay.
Viono.
The deposits around here, those long burning rocks, they're useful to the Citadel in whatever their shadowy business, but useful if you require tools of us. We need finer material, rare metal. Barloom would provide a bounty to the able explorer. Find the some. Will build your violent days. So yeah, the lads up in the other area. The shop dude had some more of that metal. He'd go up. This way. Jesus. Sure cut that close, huh? Okay, this way to the Bellway.
Whee!
Yeet. Oh, hey, Scaredy Cat's not down here anymore. Alright, back in Bone Bottom.
boy,
Okay, I need 60 for this. So I'll definitely still need to do some farming for the other piece that I want now. Let's go back in here. Wakey, wakey, sleepy friend. Oh man, I'm so tired, chat. Might have to do like our stream like in chunks. See how long I can last. I go rest for a bit, I come back, etc. kind of thing. Here shortly, we'll take a break though. I'll get some food and whatnot. Okay, yeah, we can't go really far up. Okay, yeah, this is the room we couldn't go up in. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping an eye on myself and making sure I'm not overdoing it. At the 3-hour mark in the stream, I'll take a break, I'll get some food, I'll make myself some of my mom's fancy tea. She's got a really good head cold tea to help me recover. So yeah, I imagine that the trap tool will take the place of our little throwing needle. Our straight pins. As far as like inventory slot goes. 'Cause we are learning quickly that your abilities are going to be much more limited in this game than they were previously in, like, base Hollow Knight. Okay, so this is where... Or nothing. This dead ended. Just don't have a map. Okay, there might be more to that later then. So yeah, really our only option is to fight the lad in there. Okay, let's go get... Let's bench down here first so we have a closer point to come back from. Little thief man still around? Ah, he sure is.
Choto.
Oh, you're still hanging around then? Quiet in here. Good for hiding out. Got the little clicky clackies on you then, eh? The rolly roundies? Well, the shops like to swap for.
Data.
Share some of your little clicky clackies with us. Help us fill our pockets. If you do, we'll share our sneaky secret with you. Share your sneaky secret.
Toro, please.
Into Grindle's pockets they go, and for you, a secret to remember us by. Beneath here and further on, the burly bellheads have a big, hot, gleaming hive, full of all sorts of tasty snitchables.
Pa, manama.
But there's this big gate they got down in its belly, shut tight, locked up. If you could wriggle through, you'd get your claws on all kinds of goodies. Interesting.
Data.
Oh, you can keep giving him money for
Come.
hints. Okay. Oh, greedy are you? Mean to poor little cinch bugs like us. Won't survive out there without our secrets. Oh, no, no. No, I'm sure you've got a lot of really interesting information for me, little guy. Fear not. I've just gotta save my money at the moment. Alright, let's go try to fight a lad and regret our decisions. Oh boy. Damn, get pogoed on a bit there, huh? Shoot. Ow.
Friend.
Shoot. Aw, damn. I was doing pretty good that time around. That was rough. Oh, tricky little guy, huh? Okay, we'll give that fight one more try before we take our break here. Ow. Okay, that did not go according to plan in the slightest. Let's go heal up. Oh, and I'm dead. Your chats won't send. Well, I see them now, Chrissy. Wonder if Twitch was just having a little hiccup there. Oof. That's a weird spot to try to get our stuff back. There we go. Yeah, it seems like Twitch was having some connection issues, most likely. No dodging that, that's for sure. Ow! Bitch! Yeah, without any sort of, like, dash to quickly get away from those, that's a pretty rough one to deal with. He do got that aimbot. Like, I definitely think I can do it. It's just gonna be a rough one. Okay. We are gonna take a brief break here, though, chat, because I am absolutely exhausted. I'm gonna get myself some food to try to get my energy back up, make myself some tea and whatnot. This will be a good time for the ads to run as well. Let me go ahead and get things set up for the break here. Here's our be right back screen for TikTok. Alright, chat, y'all know the drill. Make sure that you all get up, stretch, get yourself some food and water as well. Take care of yourself, and we will be back with more Silksong shortly. Okay, chat. We are back. So, here is the game plan here, chat. Rapid, hello! Okay. In order to make sure that I'm still taking care of myself and not overdoing it, I'm gonna stream for about another hour here, chat. That'll get us to roughly the 4-hour mark. And then I'm gonna end stream there and get some rest. If I'm feeling up to it, I'll come back around dinner time, is the plan. So, from there, that'll be like 3 hours. I'll take like a 3-hour break, basically. We're gonna keep playing for now, though. We've got a little bit of time left. I had lunch, I had some soup, some jello, which has helped me feel quite a bit better. Still a little shaky, but I've got some snacks in front of me. I've made my mom's, fancy herbal tea. So, we good for a little bit. It is dinner time, though? Yeah, a good time zone. What y'all having for dinner, chat? Oh. I'm so excited, man. This game has been so great already, chat. It's amazing. Having some taco dip with chips, hell yeah. Alright, you. Okay, you didn't jump before.
Friend.
Ow.
Friend.
Shit. And dead. Damn, man. That is rough. Oh yeah, it is really late for you, huh, Chrissy? But later we're gonna have some teriyaki chicken with fries. Hell yeah! Damn, now I'm wondering what we're having for dinner. Last night, chat, we had pancakes, which was a great surprise, and like the first real food I'd eaten that whole day. I barely got any soup down for lunch yesterday. How it is when you live in Sweden? Fair! I didn't know that's where you were, that's cool. Like, absolutely get bodied here. There we go. Damn. Absolutely getting bullied by this guy. It's like the biggest thing left for me to do, though. Like, I'm running out of areas. Oh, sorry. Ah, tea is too hot. Yeah, it wouldn't ordinarily be that late for me either, Rabbit. It does remind me of the club guys, yeah. As well as being similar vibes to False Night, it also just reminds me of the dudes that just kind of slammed the ground as well. Little shit. This is going well. When we have some sort of dash, this guy is gonna be easy peasy. I don't know if we're ever gonna get a dash of any kind with her, though. I'm trying to think of her abilities that she had when we would fight her. She was never particularly fast. I mean, she zipped around a little bit, but like... Parkour! I'm still struggling a bit with... Damn. Wonder if I could jump over him when he's doing that, and if that would be... if I'd still get hit by it, or if I'd have a better shot. Because if over instead of running away is the best bet, that might... Hi, Wolf. That's the one that really gets me. Okay, you. That one's gotta be a go under. I'm just not... Damn. I'm kind of surprised that I'm struggling with something so early in the game. He's a pretty strong lad, though. For not having, like, an actually, like, enclosed boss arena, he's pretty beefy. Jesus. Jesus. Damn. Yeah, get over here. A little bit, huh? A little bit. a large lad for such a small arena, for sure, yeah. Frick. Damn, dude. Alright, well, I mean, I guess I could farm up to try to get our like, trap ability and see how that differs from the, thrown needles. Maybe that'll give us more luck with fighting him. Because we did get... Yeah, we got some more of the craft metal. So we never found the flea master in the marrow here. There's only a few areas we haven't been able to get to yet, so I'm surprised that for such an early quest we haven't been able to find him yet. Okay. That's my bad. That's my bad. I don't like not seeing what's underneath of me. Who's the character you're playing with at the moment? The original was the... Okay, so the original character we played as was not the Hollow Knight. The Hollow Knight was actually the main boss of the game. We were just playing as, like, the Vessel or the Ghost, depending on what you want to call it. This is Hornet. This is, in fact, a character that we fought on a couple occasions in the last game, actually. And became a character necessary for us to get the true ending of the game. She helps us fight the Hollow Knight if you've played the game to a certain extent. And allows you to fight the Radiants. So yeah, it's very interesting. Okay, how much money do I have? 95. So I could get to like 125 at the moment. Okay, I need more than that. Oh, there was a spot to go up in that room? How did I miss that? Did I miss it, or could I just not actually get up there? Yeah, she was kind of an enemy. You fight her twice in the game. It's like, you're not wrong. Hornet's one of the few bosses you have to fight for, even, like, speedruns any percent. Ow, rude. Yeah, she's a very much evolving character throughout the game, which is very nice. Ow. I'm not paying enough attention to what I'm doing. Ow.
Friend.
Okay, so yeah, that still has a limit to how much spicy it can withstand. There is a limit to the spicy. Oh, that's what I missed. Interesting, interesting. Okay, well now we have a new way to go at least. Wondering about the timeline though, I forgot if they explained it, if this is before or after. So, I was pretty sure that this wasn't supposed to be after. And the entry cutscene wasn't entirely clear to me. I thought it was before. My brother suggested that it is in fact after. There may or may not be anything that makes it, like, ridiculously clear in the future what it is. Of course you're taking the rosaries that I just worked so hard to get. The intro cutscene suggests this is an immediate continuation of at least one of the possible endings. See, I watched that and it didn't feel that way to me. The main cutscene didn't feel like it was a direct... I don't know. She didn't end in a cage in Hollow Knight, though. Ow. Which ending are you thinking of? Speedy little guys, huh? There we go. Whew, okay. Now, I mean, it would still make some sense to me if it was after. I mean, because she did have, like... She has mentioned that she is, like, not at her full capability right now from the binding that was used on her. So, like, as far as we're not, like, having to, like, gain her abilities for the first time. Be confusing extremely old trailers for Hollow Knight content. I think you're thinking of the actual, like, original teasers for Silksong. Hello. Ah, more rosary. That's good. Maybe if they didn't take 7 years. Yeah! Hey, I can't argue there. Let's just connect that. Hell yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright. Now we should be working through this room to connect to the bench on the other side here. Hell yeah. Daughter of a distant land, we who remain have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Found the ancestral art Swift Step! Sprint at blinding speed beyond one's natural limits, chase down prey and leap great distances. The Hollow Knight ending cutscene seemed to show some sort of Weaver approaching Hornet as she draws her needle. Interesting. I'll have to re-look at those. Oh, yeah. Oh, we love a dash. Ah, okay. Important note, something the same as Hollow Knight here in Silksong. So when you dash, it can take a little bit for the dash to come back. And you can't necessarily, if you dash in the air, you can't necessarily dash again right away. However, if you dash off a ledge, you can still dash again. That's important to know. That's huge. Dashing off a ledge gives you an extra dash is big important info. Hell yeah. Ah, another little guy. Freedom, little guy. Be free. So cute. Alright, this is open now. Huge. Yippee! Cool. Okay. I would like to... What would I like to do? I would like to have it in my brain to know where the fuck I'm trying to go. Where do I want to go? This way. Oh! Okay, hold on. Also important. Normal running speed? Dash running speed. Oh, our little jump is... Oh my god! Dude, we're so fast! That's so dope, man. Okay. I did that to myself. That's fine. That's so good, man. That's so cool. Okay, Oh, I need to go back up, actually. Is there... I don't know if I actually could get up in... the other room I could, though. For a little zoom, it's so good, though. So cool, man. Alright, now this dude's ass is grass. Fight me! Oh yeah, you're mine, dude. Oh, so close. I almost dashed away still. Oh, you bitch! Okay, he still got me. It's fine. We can still do this now, though. We're still getting a feel for how this dash works. She's slidey. This is gonna be definitely doable now, though. Ah, oh, dang. Alright, I was trying to get a little sneaky with my movement there.
Friend.
Trying to get a feel for her version of pogoing as well. But this is so doable now. We have all the tools we need at our disposal. Now it's just using them properly. Jesus. Alright, you little shit. Damn. Hi, please. Yo, let's go. There we go, chat. Hell yeah. Combat's so good. Oh, look at his little bug face. The focus is super real. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh, little buggies. Hello, little buggies. Okay, phew. Yeah, his little skull is on the ground. Alright, let's grab these little things. Oh boy, alright. Immediately missed. Okay. Okay. If I bench, is he gonna be alive again? I'm gonna cry. Oh, the pogoing. Free from doing the job you were doing? Hell yeah. Hope it went well. Getting paid the muns. Please don't be alive again. Oh, thank God. There we go. Ooh, we're in like an anthill. Hunter's March. Damn. There we go. Phew. Okay, there we go. Sorry, TikTok's trying to disconnect on me. Don't do that. Hunter's missing his march.
Friend.
Very nice. Ow. Oh, little guy! Freedom! Oh! I like them. Yep, come here so I can fight you. Ah, there we go. I'm gonna die in here, chat. Ooh, okay, okay. Yep, there it is. Yeah, I don't quite have the angle, like, fully mapped in my brain yet. Dude, it's gonna be crazy watching people speedrun this game eventually. And I missed. Took 2 days to do the whole area we're working on. That's a lot of time. Ooh, okay, okay. Ow. Dang it. Okay. Oh, why did it put my stuff up there? It put my stuff at the top. That's so mean. Oh my God. Ah. okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. There's more. Woo, hello. Ooh. Tough skull you got there, my guy. Nice. Nice, lots of prayer beads. Okay, fully missed that. Okay. That's excessive. The traps in this game are so much meaner than Hollow Knight. Ugh, drinking my tea before it gets cold on me. Ugh. Tired yesterday. Fell asleep twice during stream? Oh, jeez. Oh, thanks for the hydrate piece. Okay. Yeah, I've got some water here too. I've got what's left of my hydration drink, and I've got my head cold tea as well. We'll go for a little bit longer here, and then we're gonna be taking our break for the day. Oh. That was nice. But yeah, we'll be taking a break for me to rest for a little bit before we come back to the stream a little later. God. Oh my god, end this! Okay, there we are. Meant to stop by during the stream, wanted to say hi, got absorbed in the stream as well as falling asleep. No worries. I know you were doing the dinkum as well, weren't you?
Friend.
There we go. Oops, okay. Oh, hi!
Why are you running? Why are you running?
There we go. Why are you running indeed? Oh crap.
Friend.
Bitch! That stupid trap goes both ways, asshole! Okay. So I will say, not having any straight down attack is rough. Like, I love this game, don't get me wrong. But, oof. Having to have the exact angle for every time that you want to do this is a nightmare to have. Why no down? An excellent question that I don't have the answer to. Is there up? Yes, there is up. There is just not a straight down. It's only diagonal down. Bitch! Ow. Oh man. Gosh, why? I'm just using these guys as like quick access farming to heal myself between this shit. Fuck! I just want to go up there! I just want uppies. Ow! Reset that room, is getting a little spicy for my legs. So I will say, interesting note, in Hollow Knight, enemies didn't reset until you benched. So it is interesting that these ones just tend to room reset. There we go. Oh, all of that for a rosary necklace. Okay, thanks, game. Okay, now. I don't have the health for a fucking arena. It'll be fun times once there's crowd control and mess with you. Oh dear God. Absolute menace. bitch. Oh, is she helping me? I died. I didn't even see him. He spawned inside of me, asshole. The wind causing me to continuously get spiked. Indeed, indeed. Oh my god, it's so long to get back there. I don't have a bench in there yet. Ah. Nyrom. Okay, well, that was on me. Okay, I was almost up there. Oh well. Yes, this is a different main character. This is actually a character that you run into in Hollow Knight. We fight her twice, and then she helps us towards the end of the game as well, if you've progressed to a certain point. Combat is so good. Hell yeah, lady. Damn. Shit, I'm gonna die. Lady, help! I'm dead! Just wanna find another bench over there. Must nyum. You ended up sleeping all Tuesday? Yeah, I ended up sleeping a lot on Tuesday as well, or at least attempting to sleep. Damn! Yeah, her movement in this is absolutely cracked. Silksong is in second place on Steam right now? It fucking better be, dude. Like, come on. Dibus.
Uramki.
Ow.
Bren. Rati. Giga.
Ow. Oh my god, it's so chaotic in there. We're getting a little bit better at the movement though to get back. Yeah, I still don't have muscle memory for all of the abilities yet. So it's still really easy for me to like forget and panic on which abilities are what. Oh, damn. Didn't quite get the same line there as... I'm gonna fucking die in here before I get my shit back. Crap. There it is, lost everything. It was bound to happen eventually. Couldn't happily have all my stuff forever. Can you not? Crap.
Bren.
I'm just gonna do a little cheesy farming here real quick. There we go. Okay. Whew, okay. Ow. Okay, good, good, good.
Bren.
Heal this up. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Okay, I was not ready for you to back up like that.
Here.
Oh my god. Wow, we were so close last time. Hello!
Los Kakor.
That was a battle well fought, child-wielding needle. Your master would be proud of you.
Miofene?
One who trailed me long ago. Never called her master. Whether she would be proud of what has become of me, I cannot say. Trained, not trailed, sorry.
Me mito.
New Hakata. Whether she is dead or alive, have faith. Nothing a people does escapes their master's sight. And now I'm broke as shit and can't buy your map from you. Whee! Well,
Ushke.
Silksong is 18th place, all-time peak player count on Steam with over 500,000 compared to Hollow Knight. Jeez. Fucking wild, man. Can I have a bench now? Oh.
Friend.
What I think they are? Exactly what I think they are. Okay. We've got some little, like, silk restore things. Okay. Oh my god, this mechanic is gonna be the absolute death of my brain. Nope, I'm dead. Okay. So Chad, this is where I said I was gonna take a break just to make sure I'm not overdoing. The diagonal pogo is so hard, it really is. As much as I want to just keep going and play this all day, I still need to make sure I'm resting because of me being sick, chat. So, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here for right now. I'll rest for a little bit. Hopefully, I can come back again later this evening and we can do some more Silksong shenanigans. Okay. Thank you, TikTok chat, for hanging out. Let's send you guys off into the ether. Yeet. I know, I want to unsick so bad. This is such a horrible time to get sick, is like right before Silksong comes out. It's absolutely devastating. Okay, so ending for the time being, chat, so I can rest for a little bit. Let me see who is live. Is Pat live? Ah, he is live. Cool. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Pat for his fucking title. Silksong, never heard of her. We return to Hell Is Us. He's playing a different game. That's so funny. Putting the Silksong in the title for the clickbait. That's hilarious. Okay, we're gonna send you guys over to Pat right now so I can get some rest. And we'll be back in a couple hours, I hope. I don't know what I'm typing. I'm so tired. Jesus Christ. Okay. Y'all know the drill with raids, though. Be nice. Follow Pat's rules. Most importantly, have fun. Okay. As always, shout out. And then my brain doesn't work. Have fun. I'll see you this evening. Bye. Day, night, evening, all those things. Stuff, words. I can't get my computer to do anything I want either. It's fine. Alright. Go say hi to Pat.